Budget Committee hearing back in session from the recess. Well, we got quite a crowd today. A lot of smiling faces after being out in this weather. Surprised everybody, it looks like. Hope nobody was hurt. We had quite a few pull-offs, didn't we? Run-offs, didn't we, Derek? 20
Oh, wow.
63 was a little rough. 41, they were moving pretty slow too. I think everybody got surprised, but they'll get down to 22 tonight. But it'll be 60 and 70 by the end of the week. So, okay, guys. Well, we really don't have an agenda for today. People have asked just to come in and give us some comments. We're looking at maybe for next year expenditures, and so we'll start with.
We'll start with the 911, so we get those guys back to us.
Yeah, they got to get back to work. We'll start out with 911, and
Approach.
Sure,
Mm-hmm.
heck yeah.
approach the bench.
Is Mark here? Was Mark gonna come in, do you know? Is Mark gonna come in on 911?
He's on the phone up there.
Okay.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah. Commissioner Klinkenberg spoke with me on Friday. They've worked out a payment agreement on this with the folks who set this up for us. I think we need to have Commissioner Klinkenberg in here to tell us what the figures are on it. I think they've worked out an amenable plan for this.
Have they?
You want to just kind of tell the folks what it is we're talking about?
Well, we're trying to get a raise for the dispatchers. You know, it's a 24/7 operation. Do I?
Oh,
Got a green light.
okay, on the dispatchers, that's fine. You go ahead on that. I was talking
You were
about the
talking about
tower.
the tower,
Yeah,
yeah.
Oh.
go ahead.
The tower's not mine.
No.
Not mine.
We'll get Mr. Dalton up here in this, and for that.
You want the towers?
No.
You can go ahead with
You can go ahead.
dispatchers, yeah.
Okay. What I'm trying to do is get raises for the dispatchers. Like I said, it's a 24/7 operation. Right now, I've got 18 dispatchers, and they are basically, most of them are working around the clock just to fill the positions. Anytime I've got somebody sick or taking a holiday or a vacation day, somebody's got to put in extra 4 hours. So we're just looking for a better pay increase than 3%.
Stephen, it was my understanding that we had bumped this up, and
I actually thought we had as well.
I think it just did.
What is the, were they on the Baker Tilly?
No,
I
This
don't
is-
think so. I don't think they have.
they were not.
Brady and I and Devin, we all went through our notes and we did not address them whatsoever.
They just got a regular raise.
Yes.
They said they turned
Of
paperwork in,
3%.
but we did not get it.
So, say that again?
They said they'd turned paperwork into someone, but we never got it, any of us.
Okay. I make a motion that we raise this up to this rate. I know we had a discussion about it.
I'll second that.
What does that do to our salary ordinance? Because they're paid out of PSAP.
Yep.
Do you have a, let's have some discussion on how much is in that?
The last one I saw was about 5 million.
Do we know what's gonna happen with that? Do we know what's gonna happen with any of that when we get our, because it can sustain it now, how long can it sustain it? Because they're gonna be included in the having to come to council to ask, right? Okay.
Motion on the floor
Okay, motion on the floor for what?
to raise it to these recommended. We did have a discussion on this. I mean, we roll dispatchers through there, you know, like nobody's business, and they don't stay, and, you know, these are the folks that, you know, our lives are in their hands.
They're the first ones you call if you don't have anybody to answer that phone. So, and then
We've
I've got, you know, 15 or 16 and want to make a career out of it, but what they're getting now, they can't do that.
We either have a professional department or we don't.
Yeah.
Okay,
Call for the question.
dispatchers,
The training coordinator, supervisors, and the assistant director.
okay, we got a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Terry, not here yet. He just texted me, said he's on his way, so. Scott, you wanna get up and explain your,
Yes, sir. Gentlemen, gentlelady of the council budget committee, thank you for your time. My name is Scott Dalton. I'm a battalion chief with Terre Haute Fire Department. I was appointed chair under the 911 advisory committee to look at emergency communication problems within the county. I also have Jeff Fox, who's been instrumental in the moving of the tower equipment for the Vigo tower, so the old jail could be torn down. Jeff's also got several years of fire and police experience and served our community for a long time. Mike Stewart is he's not able to be here because of travel and the weather. I'm not sure whether I should brag about this or be ashamed, but there's well over 100 years of public safety service that went into this committee. So when we look at a history of emergency communications in Vigo County, several years ago, the public safety agencies adopted IPSC, which is the communications overseer for emergency communications from Indiana. And that saved the taxpayers a significant amount of money for us not having to pay for our own systems. As time has went on and Vigo County has become more busy with emergency response, there's been an increase in communication deficiencies. And this just not only affects fire for in-building coverage, but also affects police and EMS. In the eastern and western parts of our county, including the corners of our county and some of the towns that's included but not limited to Blackhawk, Lewis, Riley, Prairie Creek, Negocian, Shirkyville, Sealyville, and Fountainette, there's common problems with communications. And to try to keep it simple, what that means is when they try to communicate an emergency message to either talk to people on scene or to talk to dispatch, they get the notorious bonk, which means they don't have enough signal to be able to communicate what they need to talk about. As I said, these problems have become more noticeable with increased responses in this county, as well as it's a good thing that we have business development and housing development, but that does increase the density, which makes communications problems more evident. In addition to coverage, another thing that we battle is capacity issues. So if we look at a day like today or a time that I'm going to mention when there was a lot of 911 calls, we had over 1,000 system busies within a 2-hour period of time. So what that equates to when we say system busies, it's the notorious bonk when one of our people try to communicate. For you guys, it's like using the cell phone and Verizon saying all networks are busy, try again later. Some of these system busies did not last seconds. Some of them lasted over 30 seconds, that some of our folks, emergency responders, who are trying to allocate or request more resources to solve their problem, was not able to communicate for several seconds and some over a minute. And when we talk about safety of our public and our responders, these issues are truly a life and death situation. And again, I want to reiterate, it's just not for fire, it's also police, EMS. So what this committee was tasked to do is look at equitable solutions that provided a responsibility to our taxpayers, but also provide a more reliable communications model for our responders. And so we've worked with several months with Motorola sales and engineers to look at different coverage maps and talk about capacity of the system. And this was spurred with Jeff's project of moving equipment and possibly relocating the Vigo tower and looking at the effects of that on our emergency responders. And our final proposal was finished about 2 months ago. Why did we choose Motorola? There's several reasons. One, they're a very reliable public safety communications company that is known to be one of the best as far as reliability and durability. It aligns with IPSC, which is the state's communication commission for emergency response. Currently, their infrastructure is under contract with Motorola. Motorola's reputation was another reason, as well as some of our county agencies use proprietary software and platforms that will only work on the Motorola system. Some of those examples is an accountability system for firefighters. Another example is something called Smart Connect, that if there is a radio issue, it'll roll the radios to LTE or Wi-Fi to minimize some of these communication gaps. So the solution that the committee came up with is the moving of the Vigo tower, not only to improve coverage, but also meet some of the goals of the county, as well as adding 3 tower sites in various parts of the county that will minimize gaps. And I can't tell you how significant these gaps are. That's why I have Matt McCullough, who represents the Vigo County Fire Departments, and him reaching out, as well as me reaching out to county fire departments. Not one of them said that they have bulletproof communications. Honey Creek, just based on their location, probably has some of the most reliable communications, but that's coverage. They still have capacity issues when things are busy. The solution significantly improves the coverage and capacity for this county. When we received the initial project cost earlier in the year, before all of the numbers were finalized, we were looking at just shy of $10 million to complete this project. Motorola came in with some very aggressive incentives. They took some of their price increases throughout this 10-month period of time. They rolled those back. They gave us a loyalty discount, and they have the project cost at $8.499 million. The stipulation to that is that a contract is signed by the end of 2025. If we wait till 2026, at a conservative estimate, the project cost will increase $1.3 million, and depending on tariffs and other things that's out of our control, we could be looking at significantly higher costs. I think one of the key points is they've been so aggressive that they have said that the county would not owe any money in 2025, nor would they owe any money in 2026. They're more than willing to work with the decision makers and our elected officials to come up with financing, leasing, delayed payments, whatever they can do to make this project a reality. We know there's a lot of things going on in the community. There's always stuff going on in the community. This is a project that's become a safety issue where we felt like we needed to bring it to your attention. As a committee, we also felt that with the incentive and the price breaks, it would be irresponsible for us not to present it to you for consideration, because waiting and delaying the project is going to cost a significant more amount of money to our taxpayers. The other thing that is important to realize is this is not a snap of a finger project. This is probably going to be moved over a couple-year period of time. And so that allows some flexibility with budgeting and allocation of funds as you guys see fit. So what we're seeking is a resolution to present this to the full council for consideration. And then if we receive approval, that the council and the commissioners work together to come up with the appropriate financing that's going to benefit our community and our taxpayers. I want to reiterate, this is not only fire. This helps the Sheriff's Department. It helps Indiana State Police, ISU PD, Terre Haute Police Department, the DNR, as well as all fire and EMS agencies in Vigo County, and then public entities such as NDOT, EMA, and then our town marshals. So I'll open the floor up to any questions, and I may, depending on the question, rely on Jeff as well to help me answer sufficiently.
Commissioner Clinkenbeard, did you have anything that I think we had conversations that might also enlighten us?
Well, just to go over the timeline here a little bit, and I have to leave at 10:28 to get to a 10:30 meeting. I believe they first presented this plan October 8th, and then October 20th came back with a firm proposal. The Motorola rep has been contacting us, but we were not in a position and did not have enough information to make a decision. Not to mention, at that time, we didn't even know that you were going to have a December meeting, so we were too late for any November meeting. So we just had a meeting with Jeff Fox this morning and kind of went over these details. It's actually, from what it sounds like, it's a 3 to 5 year project. And we also didn't know, I guess, again, we had a meeting, didn't know we were going to get this significant of a discount. So when the Motorola rep emailed, say, hey, we're going to be on the schedule, and I just, told her we're not prepared right now to come to the council. Again, we didn't even know we were going to have a December meeting. So the commissioners, we need to discuss this and talk about this more. I got some more of this information this morning, but again, it's a 3 to 5 year project. Right now we have, I believe when I looked at, we have $5.8 million in PSAP, somewhere around 5.5, 5.8. Projected to have $7 million in 27, and then as we know, after that, things will change on how that money is allocated. That would make the most sense if we decided to go this route, to take it out of PSAP. We wouldn't be able to take it all out of there. We'd need to go to another fund also. So, yeah, I guess all they would need from what Jeff tells me, if we decide to go this route, we could get a year basically free in financing. The first benchmark we would have to pay is 25% of the $8.5 million, I think. But we wouldn't have to pay that till probably December of next year. That would be to get the equipment in. And then again, we would set benchmarks if we did this, if once the first tower is installed, once the second tower is installed, things like that. So I'm sorry, but there's a lot of moving parts here, a lot of, I know, Chris and Mike, if you guys have anything you want to add, feel free. This is all kind of come about pretty quick here. So.
This is a big deal, and we actually have buildings now. Jeff, I remember Jeff telling us that we have places where we have firefighters or police officers in buildings when we cannot communicate with them, which is terrifying.
Yeah, that's correct, Councilwoman. if I can just borrow a few minutes of your time, good morning. Thank you for allowing us to speak, members of the Auditor's Office, Commissioners, Council. My name is Jeff Fox. I'm with the Vigo County Sheriff's Office. I have a unique history to this project because I took this on nearly 25 years ago. The tower that's sitting currently at the jail was a project that I oversaw and was very proud of it. As all of you have heard, the synopsis is simply that we have an 800 megahertz radio system that currently belongs to the state of Indiana that we utilize at no cost. The reason that it's at no cost is because all of you, every time you go to the BMV, are paying for it. This project is to supplement what the state of Indiana has developed over the last 25 years through the use of BMV fees, and it is one that is very unique to Indiana. Most public safety communication systems in Illinois and other states charge the end user to use it, and we don't, and that's a great thing. And so what is relied upon by the locals is to provide enhanced coverage and user equipment. So yes, we have to buy our portable radios, our mobile radios, and if we deem that a portion of the community lacks communication coverage so that our portable radios, just like your cell phones, don't work in certain areas, then it becomes the responsibility of the local community because the state of Indiana builds the infrastructure, but they can only build it so far. And so about 25 years ago, we did that. The state of Indiana placed one tower at the Indiana State Police Post, and shortly around the 9/11 days, when federal money became available, we introduced an opportunity to the county whereas they would erect the tower itself, and then we were able to achieve a federal grant at that time to hang the equipment on there to make that, and we became a 2-site system. And now our proposal today is to increase that to a 5-site system. And that is because the key to communications in public safety are portable radios. It's just like carrying your cell phone, and you go into certain buildings and some days they work, some days they don't. You don't go to the mall, you don't go back to the back end of Kohl's because you don't have good cell phone coverage. Well, we're no different. And so as the county has built out over the course of time, the infrastructure has got farther away from the downtown market, which that tower predominantly serves. And what we're discovering is we have areas of the county that are not sufficient. And when we say sufficient, the milestone that we use is 95% reliability with a portable radio inside a building. Now granted, not every building is built the same, and so we can't always say that it's going to work, but without going into a lot of engineering detail that would bore you with a whole bunch of maps, the point is we need to increase that, and we want to give our first responders the best opportunity to have that 95% building coverage in as much part of the county as we can. And as you can imagine, it would cost a lot more than $8 million if we wanted to saturate the entire county. So part of this project that we worked with Motorola and our first responders that Scott mentioned was to try to find areas of large population density, not only by population, but by call volume. So if we're going to increase our coverage and try to do that to our best advantage, then we selected sites that covered the largest population density and also the call volumes. So we looked at where's the largest call volume. So those areas is why we brought this proposal, and in specifics, we're looking at towers to improve coverage to western Vigo County, eastern Vigo County, and southeast Vigo County. Now, we're not here to befriend our friends in the southwestern part of the county, but the call volume and the volume, vast amounts of river bottoms and other things just really don't justify the expense. Now, I'm not here to say that they're not worthy of additional coverage, but to spend a $3 million tower to cover that area would not necessarily be practical. But there are other solutions that we can look forward to in the long term. But at the end of the day, this is where we want to be. We want to be asking the council to support an $8.5 million investment into our public safety community. As they said, this is not going to take a year to build. This is at lightning speed. We're talking 3 years and closer to a 5-year build out. What we would suggest to the commissioners is that though the appropriation may need to be staggered in such a way that there's an appropriation in 2026 and beyond, but that there is some type of benchmark set and a contract signed so that the county can take advantage of 2025 pricing. But then when we come to full council, I believe the commissioners will bring you a suggested appropriation for 2026, which we address. And then by then we'll know And what we want to do is we want to build a payment plan with Motorola that is into the best advantage of the county. There's no use us paying hypothetically we'll pay 25% down to start the project, but their normal milestone is 60% at delivery of equipment. Well, there's no use paying them 60% of that money, and it's set in their warehouse for 2 years while we're waiting to get the tower built in the eastern part of the county. So we'll come back, and our suggestion would be we'll develop a milestone type of program that the council would know what our obligations are for the next 3 to 5 years. But we would like to have the support and the necessary legal action to allow the county to sign that contract so we can take advantage. And the last thing I would mention is that does not require bid. Because we are purchasing off of the state QPA, we do not have to take this project for bid, and this has been done for the last 20, 25 years. The sheriff's office, multiple agencies in Vigo County have bought millions of dollars of equipment. So our legal teams here in the community have vetted this already, and we know that this doesn't require that. So we're looking for your support to make that investment. We think PSAP public safety funds are exactly where it needs to come from. We feel like that the county can afford this over a period of time. I do respect the fact that the laws are ever changing, and so we don't know what the future is, but so we have to focus on what we have in front of us today. And what we know today is if we spread this cost over the next 3 to 5 years and possibly beyond, the county's public safety tax as it's structured today could easily fund this and not negatively impact the current expenditures of that program. So we think it's there, we think it's the right place, and we also think in the public eye, this is what our citizens pay public safety tax for, is to improve the public safety of our community and protecting our first responders. And I think this is exactly what this is there for, and we would encourage you to support that project as we move it forward.
I have one small question. You're not going to retire within the next 5 years, are you? Because if you do, I will hunt you down.
No guarantees. You can see my face today. This was the last conversation I had with my wife about retiring. So you see how that's going. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Council?
Do we already own the properties that the towers are going to go on?
Yeah, so one of the things that this proposal discusses in detail, but the short answer is we are recommending, and Motorola has confirmed, that these sites throughout the county could be acquired at no cost. And those locations have tentatively been looked at the Haythorne Park area to cover the east side, which would be owned by the county. The west side would, St. Mary's of the Woods College, the president has offered their support in this and possibly locating a tower there, so there would be no acquisition costs. The relocation of the tower downtown, if that is part of the project, would be relocated to the City of Terre Haute's fire station or fire department headquarters on 1st Street. And the last one would be in Black Hawk at the fire station there, and the township or the fire department owns that property. So Steve, we think we can accomplish this goal with no acquisition cost for property.
And then the 8.5 covers everything, including labor, materials, et cetera?
It does. Now, and I will tell you without handing you a 127-page contract, we want to go through it because there will be certain things that the county is responsible for, such as if we would have to build a road or something. So we'll look at it more closely before we put pen to paper.
Sure.
But in general, yes, the goal of this project is to make it turnkey to the best of our ability.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll look and see what the PSAP produces and per year on that too. That's good.
Comment, please. Mike Morris, Commissioner. Although I've been involved in 911 and tower discussions for several years, this proposal, and maybe my own fault, was presented this morning. First time I knew we were asking for $8.5 million. As mentioned, one of their concerns that they involved is the township fire departments and their service. This is something that the commissioners face constantly with the inequities of the tax distributions to these townships and the needs that follow with that. Again, maybe through my own ignorance, I was presented this morning this program for $8.5 million. I'd like to have a little time to review it, if that's okay. But if you guys decide to spend the $8.5 million, that's your prerogative. It seems like that there was a figure designed to come in with, and again, I'm been on these discussions for years, and a tower to the east side of town with the improvement to that is about as far as I've seen this go. The total proposal may be a great one, but like I say, I'd like to have a little time to review it, if that's okay with you guys.
We will. We're used to surprises too, Mr. Morris, when people come in and ask for something that we weren't aware of, so.
I
we
got
know
a
about-
follow-up as well, if that's okay. I have one follow-up, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And that's point well taken. Both Commissioner Klinkenbeard and Schweitzer, have you both had a chance to look at this, and are you both on board?
We've looked at it, but we have not all discussed it in depth. So again, we need some more time to look at it and discuss it.
And when you say more time, can we still, assuming you have a chance to look at it and you guys end up liking it, can we still have time to meet the deadline to get the discount? How much more time do you need, I guess is?
I mean, at least a week. And
Okay.
I think next Monday is
So
the,
December meeting. we
So
can-
we could
Final-
potentially discuss this at the December meeting then?
correct,
Okay.
yes.
Is this got a deadline of the end of the year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what, I spoke with Scott.
That's one, I went to budget committee for today. Okey-doke.
I'll provide you guys with the general proposal. As Jeff said, the full contract's 147-ish pages.
We probably don't need that many pages, but that's okay.
To follow up, also, Councilman Ellis, I think the key to this was, we had an opportunity just to give you an education component this morning. The public safety community would strongly encourage the council and/or the commissioners to put this on the agenda for the December meeting so that we could take full advantage of a potential savings. But as we said, the devil are in the details. I think the most important thing is for us, and what I've recommended to the commissioners, is we establish, if the council appropriates the funds or allows the commissioners to sign the contract so we can take advantage, then we can come back and be more detailed to the amount of the appropriation we recommend in 26, and then the milestones that would give you a forecast of what appropriations need to be done over the next 3 to 5 years. But the key is to sign that contract by the end of the year to take advantage of that. But you're absolutely right. We want to take advantage of that, but we also want to structure this in the best interest of the county. And if public safety, Lloyd, is the right place, which we believe it is, as the public safety community, we want to make sure that we don't take, that fund doesn't take a hit beyond what it can support, and that way this strategically would give us that. So I think we can give you a pretty good forecast with working with the folks. Motorola, as you can imagine, they're large enough and big enough that they can structure things about any way we want, and they've reached out to us repeatedly and said, tell us what you need to make this work, and we'll make it work. And I would tell you that that's the way I believe we should look at it from, is to the best advantage of the county. We don't need to be paying for equipment that's going to lay in their warehouse for 2 years. That doesn't make good sense when we can take advantage of it, and I think they're on the same page.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Deal.
I think there's a couple choices here. Either we fund the full project collectively and move on, or we have some type of agreement with the council that we're going to, through a budgetary cycle, continue to pay this over the next 2 or 3 years. Because my worry is, Mike and I might not be commissioners, Mark might not be commissioner, you folks might not be council people, and if we do these appropriations a chunk at a time, we're going to put ourselves in a situation of who knows what's going to happen. My other thing is, it's great for the agencies that have the necessary upgraded portable equipment to reach these towers, and we can upgrade them all day long, but there are still township fire departments, volunteer fire departments in this community that have the worst equipment, have terrible portables, and those are gonna have to be upgraded at some point as well. So we have to consider all of those things as we do all this stuff, especially with that PSAP fund, which, thank you for what you just did for dispatchers, but you're taking a large chunk of that now to put towards dispatch.
That's what I was
And we
gonna
still have
have
to
them
bring in more
figure out,
revenue.
how much we're spending with just what they did and taking it out of that.
And that's not to say that you possibly can't use the other local income tax buckets, but we would have to look at that language to see if you can do that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
If I can make one other comment, just because of exactly what he said. User equipment, end user equipment still remains the responsibility of the local user, so that's a township fire department, police department, whatever. Just because we want to increase the infrastructure and use Motorola because that's the state's provider, that does not create a situation for an end user, such as a township fire department, to buy Motorola equipment. There are certain vendors that are approved by the state of Indiana that have a variety of costs and programs so that they can purchase equipment. So we're building the backbone, but we're not going to lock them in on any equipment. They can continue to do what they feel is in the best interest of their department and make their necessary equipment changes based upon their need and their finances. So we're not going to create any heartache for those guys. We just want to give them a good backbone so that when they do make that investment, and God knows it's a lot, but when they do and they pick that radio up, it works.
Thank you for your hard work.
Mr. Fox, originally, before we combined dispatches, they were separate. And I can remember the tower was in West Terre Haute, wasn't it, one time?
Yeah, you're right, Brad. Back when we were on VHF and we had towers in West Terre Haute that County Highway used. We had a tower out at the old EMA building, and you're right, it was scattered about.
Yep.
That's
I
right.
remember, I was on the council back then. when
That's right.
You were doing that. And
Yeah, I
when
think,
we combined dispatch with the city, and the county ended up taking care of, the expense of
Yeah,
most
yeah,
everything.
exactly. And so, yeah, things have changed just a little bit. But I will say that, though the equipment is expensive, I'm not going to deny that. But I think the long-term investment that the county has made by using the state system has been a great benefit to not only public safety, but to the taxpayers, because we don't have to fund our own equipment all the time. And it seems like it's a little bit redundant for us to go to the license bureau every day and pay our license plate fees and then come out and pay, another service for another radio system. So it made good sense then, and I think it still does today.
Okay.
I do have one follow-up. I apologize. I'm going to show my ignorance here. I don't know exactly how these things get power. So is there a cost to getting power to the location? And then do we need to take into consideration generators for backup, or is a generator already included in the price?
Build into the price.
Okay.
Yes. We have redundancy that will be built into these systems, just as we did when we relocated the equipment out of the basement of the old jail. All of these sites have redundant power supplies, as well as other forms of communications to allow them to communicate, and the state of Indiana provides some of that for us.
Thank you.
Anybody else got any questions? Okay, thank you guys for bringing the information to us. We're gonna have to look at that. Look down the road, because we don't know exactly what's happening with all the lits and the loss of income coming in from the state. Okay, prosecutor?
Good morning. Try to keep this fairly short. I think I've talked to most of you individually, privately, about basically what our request is. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody's aware. So we made a request for additional deputy prosecutors. And basically I told all of you, though, that there was an urgent need for at least one. And I know that the council has kind of taken the position that there weren't going to be any new positions in the county, but I wanted to make sure that all of you are aware And I know that Gretchen, who's here also, has spoke to you previously about this new pilot program that the county and the judges sent a letter of support that's now involved in. And if you look, and I know Rob just passed out to you, if you look under Vigo County, there's going to be a minimum of $255,975.08 of reimbursement a year over a 4-year period. So it's going to be over $1 million over 4 years. And basically, my position is that we need some of this money to go, since it's going to be money that the county's going to be reimbursed for public defender expenses that you're paying now. We need some of that allocation to go towards us getting another deputy to cover the additional work that's caused by the pilot program. So basically what's happening right now is that all misdemeanors are now being filed in County Court Division 5. Previously, they were all filed in City Court. And I know you're probably thinking, well, how does that change anything? Well, it changes things because right now we've got a backlog in City Court of a year to year and a half of cases. So now all the new cases are getting filed in Division 5, so now we're having to cover 2 courts the same morning, whereas before we weren't. We were just all in one court. So what we're having to do now is our 2 part-time deputies that presently cover City Court have to not only go cover all the court cases in City Court, then they have to immediately go to County Court Division 5, which some of them have had to work through the lunch hour already, plus our staff the same way. Now they're trying to cover cases in both courts, which causes a lot of additional work. And as you might expect, being something new has also caused quite a bit of chaos already as far as cases that aren't filed in the right spot, people going to the wrong places, those kind of things, which eventually should work itself out. But already I'm aware of one public defender that's retired because of the extra work. I've had a deputy that told us straight up that she didn't want to work in that court any longer. And we have a hard time hiring deputies anyway, so you're going to try to work with someone as far as what courts they're going to be in if they flat out are just saying they don't want to work a certain court. Our staff right now, and this is an additional problem we'll talk about later, but right now as far as space in the courthouse, even for our 2 staff persons that are working in city, right now they're having to go back and forth between the courthouse and city because there's really no room at the courthouse for them either right now. But that's another problem that we'll talk about later. But we have a dire need at this point for an additional deputy. I will also tell you that, of course, when it rains, it pours. In the first 5 weeks of this program, we've had an uptick in misdemeanor filings. And as Gretchen told me this morning before we started, her public defenders are almost all maxed out right now since they keep track of how many cases each one of them are allowed to handle. So we obviously don't have that as far as, I don't think that's fair, but a deputy can have 1 million cases and the state doesn't care about that, but they do track how many cases each public defender is allowed to have each term or whatever period up until they're maxed out. Well, presently, the public defenders are almost all maxed out in County Court Division 5. So I think that kind of reflects, though, how many cases that we also have right now as far as the prosecutor's office in that court. So,
To clarify, you're asking for 1 additional position, is that correct?
yes,
And do you currently have positions available to fill?
we have 1 spot right now that's available that we haven't been able to fill. We've had 1 applicant who didn't pass the bar. So that's going to be another hurdle we're going to have to get over at some point. As you all know, we asked for significant raises, and we gave you statistics as far as other counties. Even Knox County, which is a smaller county than ours, pays their deputies more than we do in this county. So we've interviewed 1 prior elected prosecutor from northern Indiana who liked the interview, acted like that he was going to take it, but said he had 1 more interview, and that was Knox County, and they paid, I don't know, it's $15,000 or $20,000 more than we could offer. So he took that job.
I'm going to show my ignorance here. How many total prosecutors do we have?
We have
Or deputies?
14 full-timers and 5 part-timers.
How many does Knox County
Or
have?
6 part-timers, 6 part-timers. I'm sorry, 6
How
part-timers.
many does Knox County have?
Do you know?
6 or 7, I think.
Yeah, and they don't have near the caseload we do. It's not even close as far as the number of cases.
Well,
So that's what we're dealing with. I realize money's tight, but public safety is important. And as you guys know, the public expects us to handle all the cases efficiently, to win the cases, because we have obviously murder cases and other serious violent felon cases. But right now, we're trying to do it with one hand behind our back.
Is there I'm just educating myself. One would assume I've probably already asked questions since I have family that are attorneys, but I have not. Is there a requirement for each prosecutor to handle X amount of cases, or
No,
how's that looked at?
no, there's not.
Okay.
We just have to suck it up and handle however many we've got per deputy.
Do most deputies handle approximately the same amount?
We assign deputies to different courts, so I guess the answer to that's not exactly. I mean, the courts themselves, was try to see if it can be balanced out, and I know that the judges look at that every so often annually as far as how many cases each court has, but the answer to that is no. We assign per court, so that deputy would be assigned to handle however many cases are in that court.
Are all deputies the same aside of your chief deputy?
No. We have, if you look at your
Oh, I see here. Okay, go ahead.
ordinance, yeah. So like we have specialty deputies that handle like the drug task force, sex crimes. So there's different specialty deputies.
Mike, specifically, if you look at section 5.
Steve.
I'm sorry, Steve. My bad, I apologize.
Enough with the insults.
So if you look at section 5 of the proposed ordinance, that talks about the different assignments as far as caseloads for people within the office, whether it's the specialized deputy prosecutors that handle the sex crimes and the drug task force cases that are on call 24/7 for those, the high-level felony prosecutors in the courts, child support and specialty court deputy prosecutors, and then the low-level entry prosecutors.
On this money that is coming in, how do we know? It says an annual reimbursement during this pilot program. The pilot program is only because the public defender already came in and begged for that money.
Right. We'll let Gretchen handle
On a
that.
40% reimbursement.
Good morning.
For the pilot program.
Yes, so we are very excited that we were chosen to be the pilot program. We want to thank Senator Good, who really went to bat for us at the commission. It was a very competitive, and we are the highest reimbursement county that's coming. We're the most expensive county for the state. The way that we know it is that they analyzed all the cases that have been filed in city, and that on an average the ones that are filed in county court, and they based that this would be our reimbursement that would be coming in starting July 1st. And they actually even backdated it, and I noticed the auditor and then called us. We had to check. They were like, what do we do with this extra money? They even gave us a bonus. I can't remember the exact amount, but was it around 50? And around 50,000. So they already gave us another bonus for taking it on. It also includes Title IV money, which we didn't get reimbursed, mental health. They're reimbursing us on even beyond misdemeanors. And so I think at the rate, which I had referenced to the prosecutor here, that there are many cases we did not get appointed to in city that we are now getting appointed to, and everybody's in that court now is in the 90th percentile. We still have a month and a half to go before we can drop off their cases. So we average that we're going to have probably 400 more cases. That is the equivalent of a position and a half. When I negotiated this starting with the commission, they said, why aren't you asking for another position? And I said, I want to see. I can't control what we're appointed to, but I can tell you this, that one of the requirements for the pilot is that the Supreme Court came up with a form that I can forward to you so you can look at, that it has to be signed. It's a 4-page form that every person who's requesting a public defender, whether it's a level 1 or it's a C misdemeanor, has to complete and sign under the penalties of perjury, and that's filed with the court confidentially. So every person we have been appointed to since July 1st in the county courts has had to fill out that form. So there is a way to verify that they're not just passing out public defenders, they actually have a basis that the Supreme Court has come up with how they qualify for indigency. So in October 1st, they started the transition the city court misdemeanors being transferred over. We were already getting reimbursed on the county court misdemeanors because we do have, per local rule, Division 5 and Division 4 take appointments depending if it's a driving offense or if it's a battery involving a family member. So we were already going to get reimbursement on those. The decision was made to modify the local rules and transfer the city court jurisdiction to Division 5. So we've only got data since October 1st. So when I wasn't sure how the rate of appointment would get, so I negotiated with the commission. I said, find us, we probably are going to be a little bit substantially in compliance. And so they said, we'll give you till July of 2026 to determine what you need. So that's why I didn't ask for anything now. I'm just trying to put out fires because we have substantial compliance on our misdemeanors. So when I came in here, I asked for contractual money just to put out the fires. So the pilot is actually probably going to bring in more money than it is related in that figure that the prosecutor is sharing, because as of this morning, we are getting 400 more, at this rate, 400 more cases than we got last year. Because we weren't appointed to those in city court, but now that they're in county court and they're filling out the form, they're qualifying for a public defender. The system is working, so it's good. You know, that they should be getting public defenders if they're filling out the form, and the Supreme Court says this is what qualifies, but we're seeing that there will be around 400 more people this year that'll be getting a public defender if we continue at this rate. I only have since October 1st, but at the rate we're getting, because we're already in the 90th, they're not out of compliance, but at this rate they still have a month and a half to go, and they're in the 90th percentile of 100% FTE that they're allowed to be appointed.
Much of this is over my head, to be honest.
Oh.
So I'm going to ask a couple of questions.
Okay.
The reimbursement, is it 4 years? Is that what you said?
It is it is 18 months probationary, and if they have counties that are not following the rules, which we are, that's one of the reasons we were chosen, we've always been in compliance, then they'll kick some other counties out if they're not following the rules, but it's by statute a four-year plan.
All right, so the thought is that this money that's coming is going to help offset the new positions, be it prosecutor or defender, is that correct?
Right.
And so my question would be, once that money goes away, the county simply needs to pick that up, and or are you suggesting by then we will be caught up and perhaps we will do away with those extra positions?
Well, we hope we're caught up, but there's thousands of cases pending in city that they're having to cover 2 courts on. So it's going to be chaos trying to, for efficiency of the courts, they need that position or whatever they're trying to get, because they're trying to cover 2 courts and then go get to the other court in the morning. But to direct your question, I think that the commission didn't get an appropriation for this. The commission is operating out of their own budget. So there was no appropriation from the General Assembly, from the state, to fund this. The commission's like, we get enough money right now, because, they did this, that one pilot where they gave us $1 million for the chin. So now that one's ended, so they've got another funding source. So they might take it on. I can't say that because you have to have statutory authority to spend that money in this way. But this isn't like we're going to ask the General Assembly for more money. It's the commission just had to have statutory authority to use their money to do this. So I would anticipate if we have a good response and we do what we're supposed to do, that we would hope that this would go beyond that. But with reference to what you are speaking is if they don't, then we would have to revisit the caseload. We still get 40%, back. It's not like our reimbursement's ending, which brings hundreds of thousands of dollars, close to $1 million a year back, now with this added. And we're also drawing from other budgets, not just our budget. We're taking on the appeals, and now we're getting 40% of those back. We do the transcripts, and we take that back. If anything deals with public expense, we're reaching out to other budgets and asking them. We put it in our budget, and we get reimbursed the 40%. So the reimbursement just keeps going up. We also have Title IV money that we came in we have that comes from a whole separate budget that I don't even present a budget for, because I wait to see if we have an emergency and see how we can utilize that money.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Just one thing I wanted to add about this is that I think it was left out in section in the ordinance. It only mentions full-time prosecutor longevity. Section 4, and for years, Jeff Core was he always got the longevity, and then we had one, and we only have the one person that gets it, that's an attorney, and so they left out public defender longevity on that as far as Section 4. It's always been in the past that the one-time public defender position. It only says prosecutor in the salary ordinance. And it doesn't go in effect till June because Jeff retired in June, and then Aaron Anderson would be 1 year in June, but I thought I should reference it.
I'm consulting someone smarter than me.
Okay, it's,
Don't bet on that.
it's been in the past. So Jeff got it. He was maxed out on it. And in pay parity, one of the things that we have to have, the commission requires the pay parity. If they get the longevity, full-time position, the public defender would have to get longevity. It includes longevity pay. Does that? Okay.
Who wrote this up?
It's not in there from last year.
In the ordinance, she has the ordinance.
Okay.
And I was at the hearing last year, and I had made reference to the fact that it was omitted. And so I didn't assume, because he continued to get it, that it was addressed, probably off the record.
Thank you.
Address your 31 positions.
So there also, if you look at the salary ordinance, we currently have 27 public defenders that take a caseload, and we need those. And then we put in our budget a few years back 2 first appearance attorneys that are really attorneys for the county, but they're in our budget, so you get 40% off. They don't take caseloads. They appear with every person in court to make sure that their rights are protected. And then they also appear for everybody in problem-solving courts. So they're attorney for anyone who has a criminal case pending. And in our budget, there are 2 positions I noticed, not in our budget, in our salary ordinance, which is probably reflected in our budget. There are 2 other positions that are listed, which we would gladly accept based on the caseloads that we are getting. But I understand that the prosecutor's office has the request for 1. So I was just reflecting the last two that are mentioned, not mine, because mine's state salary.
Right above the public defender chief, those 2 spots.
They've been removed. Okay. There you go. Okay. All right.
They were included on what I was emailed, was the final revision.
Yes, and we were working on them.
They're working on the final revision.
So
Okay.
I was trying to help. We'll gladly accept them if you want to put them back in, 1 for them, 1 for us, and then we'll all be able to manage the rising cases.
So you're requesting 1 new deputy prosecutor, 1 new public defender? Is that?
We would gladly accept those.
I think
Yeah.
in the spirit of the budget hearing, they made a request for a full-time position. I notified the budget committee that I probably will be back here if I get at the rate of appointment, but I negotiated substantial compliance with the commission. And if I could have some extra contractual money to try to, and I don't think there was an additional appropriation in contractual money. And now I'm here 5 weeks into this, and we're already at 90%. So I can only respond to what I'm appointed to. I can't figure out what I'm going to be appointed to. But I think in the past, people have thought, oh, they're just passing out public defenders. They're not. There's a form. They're now filing it. It has to be signed and to qualify for indigency. So now, and we're getting more. So I'm not sure if it was like, over in city, if they were just trying to let's help these people out. Let's see if we can get their license back in state, which I applaud. But then when you get to the county courts and you're filling out the form, you're going to say we have to offer them a public defender.
Let me just say, it's so nice to see how the prosecutors and the PDs come in here and collectively ask for money. It's just thoughtful and confusing.
Well, I think I was here because I wanted to correct the longevity, but then I heard their request, and for clarification of the pilot money, I wanted to make sure that we understood that that is a source of it from the commission that's telling us what we will be awarded, and you can take credence in that would be what we're going to be awarded, if not more. at the rate we're going, because they moved all those cases over.
And I think we all appreciate you going to try to find that money, and get that money.
And she does, you're good at that, I'll tell
But-
you that.
Well, Senator Good was
That's
very
like
helpful in that,
takes care
so.
of 3 employees, basically, if you're lucky, at 40% reimbursement. So, and we understand the courts keep telling us, you guys have got to do this, you guys have got to do this, and this is what you have to do, but the money doesn't come in, and 40% reimbursement's better than not. And because we talked about that at budget time when you were in, trying to keep those positions in
That's correct.
with that, because they were going to run out.
That was my priority, yes. That's why I did not request it at that time. I was waiting
Right.
to try to manage it in a 6-month interval.
Well, you guys are here, do you think the crime rate is up in our community?
I think the misdemeanor population that we're commenting on is a direct reflection of people that, who suffer from mental illness, who are impoverished. Those are the type of
Exactly.
cases, and those are on a rise. We didn't used to get reimbursed for the handling of those cases, but now we do. So we have, we're getting more data on how many cases that actually people qualify. So I do think from our statistics, yes, I can't speak to theirs, but from what we're appointed.
I think you guys definitely, I see it, it's concerning.
Councilwoman, I know when we submitted our requests for the 3 additional positions, I provided statistics and data showing not necessarily the crime rates are up, but the case filings are up, and they've been consistently up over the last 10 years, with the only exception being 2020 when everything was shut down during COVID. We didn't have the same level of consistent increase at that point in time. So based on the number of case filings in Vigo County in 2022, 2023, and 2024, I provided the numbers from a study that was done by the Indiana Prosecuting Attorneys Council that says, based on our caseloads, we should have more than 30 deputy prosecutors, full-time deputy prosecutor positions to handle those caseloads. That was a study that was done by Erwin Sheely, which I know this county is familiar with and has dealt with many times over the years. They were contracted to put those numbers together and to make those determinations. And so when it comes right down to it, if you take those part-time positions and say 2 of those equals 1 full-time spot, because that's roughly where the salaries would be for something like that. That means we have 18 full-time prosecutors when we should have over 30. And so that's what we're dealing with in trying to meet the caseload numbers. Mr. Ellis, earlier you asked about are the deputy prosecutors assigned based on the number of cases. Unfortunately, we can't do that because we have to make sure that the courtrooms are staffed every single session that must be staffed. And so that's part of where the challenge that this new shift has created, because just because the misdemeanors are being filed in Division 5 now, not only do we have the backlog in city court that still needs to be cleared out because those existing cases were not transferred over, we also still will have to staff that court because infractions will continue to be filed there and will continue to be heard in front of the city court judge. And so even though that backlog will hopefully be, of misdemeanor cases will hopefully be resolved in the near future, whether it's 18, 24 months, that still remains a court that has to be staffed because of the infraction cases that will be going through there.
Thank you.
How far backlogged are you on court dates?
As far as city court, I know that I talked to the city court judge, and he thinks that a year to year and a half to get the backlog taken care of. I mean, city court, as you know, is a little bit different court, so a lot of times, say someone in charge of driving while suspended, they can give them time to try to get their license straightened out, because that's what we all want, make them legal then. So you have a lot of cases like that, keep getting set over, to give the defendants time to get things straightened out, so that then they would be legal, be able to drive legally at that point, so.
Can I answer that question too? So back when, because of the backlog in city court, cases were when they were first, we weren't appointed unless they were in custody for 2 to 3 months, because that's when because there's such a backlog that's when they would be summoned into court or a promise to appear. that they would have. With Judge Sheehan, he has tried a completely different approach. They're in court within 24 hours. We have a first appearance attorney within 24 hours. We have a member of our staff. They're getting their contact information and their name. They have a pretrial conference 45 days after they first appear in court. There's an offer by the state by the pretrial conference. If it's not, it's going to trial. And it's set for 60 days for trial. So we're just now, next week, at the beginning of that. So I think with these changes that they've made, they don't want to get into the backlog of city court. So they're moving the cases, and it's good. You know, I think that check us in a year and to see if we have any backlog. But I think that we've made some adjustments with the state and the court and the public defender's office to move the cases. And I think that hopefully, with fingers crossed, I think they've been working on it hard, and so is the court. I mean, the court, I give applause to the staff of Division 5. They're exhausted, but they're coming. We have Carrie Miller in our office, comes in at 7 a.m. I think Dina comes in there at like 5:30 a.m. They're looking at all the police reports, because that's 24 hours. We have to figure out conflicts. They got to figure out charging, and then your staff. And so I think people are working extra hard to try to get this to work and to correct the backlog that was in city court. So it's good things, because we can get to people quicker, and before they lose their minutes on their phone, before they have another mental health crisis. So it's good for Vigo County. I know it's a struggle right now, but it's good in the long term.
Thank you all.
Yep. Well, the prosecutor's here today to ask for a position, so response.
Terry, how many deputies do you have?
18.
18?
Actually, 14 full-timers.
And 4 part-time?
14 full-time, 6 part-time
6 part-time.
positions, and then myself.
So you count for like 3, right?
The work that I do, yes.
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 Well, you're legendary. It's the cape that you wear in the courthouse.
All right, so make a motion to add the additional full-time prosecutor.
You make it
I'll make that motion.
second.
Okay. Motion moved and seconded, mode. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We'll be taking up a collection later before you guys leave so we can pay for that prosecutor.
Hey, Brad.
Yes.
You realize that anything that you're doing today, you'll have to come back at the beginning of the year for additional appropriation because
Right.
it's not been, okay.
Right. It's not in the budget.
We've been down this road before.
Okay.
Next.
Anybody else wanting to speak today?
Kevin.
Good morning, Budget Committee, or
Morning,
good afternoon,
Mr.
we're getting close.
Assessor.
I guess a few things I want to say is, and some of it's just getting stuff off my chest, but some of it's to address what you're going to be voting for salaries. I do understand you guys have had a tough job. There's only so much money that comes in. You only spend so much in each department. Your goal was to get everyone to the midpoint, which I think is the best interest for the county. When I approached the council mid-year to get my office to the midpoint, at that point, my request wasn't to get my office to the midpoint. It was to adjust the grades, because I think when the Baker-Tilly study was done, there was an inequity that was applied. At that time, I was told that we're not changing grades because we're going to hang our hat on the Baker-Tilly study. We'll change grades going forward using HR and a personnel committee if and when that gets created. So I was told to be creative to come up with something else. So what I did at that time was I got with another office and we removed one position to justify taking our offices to midpoint. And that offset the cost of the county. In the meantime, I know during your budget process, several offices have had people have their grades changed. which to me, I think's unfair when I was told that it wasn't going to happen. And then now everyone's going to midpoint, which I think absolutely needs to happen. But I created a process that allowed our office to do it at no cost to the county. And I felt like I was kind of drugged through the mud to get to that point. So I just kind of want to get that off my chest. I still think there's an inequity with grades. I think, and I don't want to make the auditor's office mad at me. I don't want to make Larry upset because this grade change happened before Larry was even in office. I think the grade of your auditor should not be higher than the grade of your county assessor. I think our offices have almost the same requirements to both offices. There's no requirement to be your county auditor. Your county assessor has to be a level 3. To me, just the fact that there's an education difference there or a requirement difference there justifies at least the same grade. And if I can put that in line with highway department, the people who are required to have a CDL have a higher grade than the people that aren't. So I still think there's an inequity there. I think there's an inequity with some of my staff. I know, again, my office works very closely with the auditor's office. So when you've got a level 8s over there that are doing almost an identical type of work as the assessor's office, and ours are a level 7. So I think that needs changed. Now, if we have to do that going forward next year with the personnel committee and the HR, that's fine. I'm just saying there is an inequity there that needs corrected. My other issue is, I know that it's always looked down upon for an elected official or council to vote for your own raise. But the problem is, if you're taking the rest of the county to midpoint, now you're creating, basically you're throwing out the Baker Tilly study. The study told you the grades and where people needed to be. So either you're hanging your hat on it or you're not. So if it came up with an elected official should make this and the staff should make this, and now you're taking all of the staff to midpoint, you're only giving the elected officials a cost of living increase, what did you just do? You just closed the gap and basically said the study means nothing. I also think ultimately elected officials are also employees of the county. Just because we're elected, we're still employees of the county. We should be treated at least as good as the rest of the staff. So to not take us to midpoint and take everyone else to midpoint, I think is very unfair and it makes no sense. You've got so few elected officials, the cost that you're saving the county by not doing that is negligible. I also think you've got a big problem with your council. I think the salary that the council gets is very inadequate. We expect you to be in charge of hundreds of millions of dollars. So we want the best people in there. And if you're going to be working the hours that you work for the money that comes in, we're not getting the best people in there. Because if you're in there, you're doing it basically just because you want to do it. And that's great for those of you that are in there now. But if you decide not to run, or when new election time comes up, I want the best people in there. I also know, Brad, several times you've mentioned, just like with the prosecutor's office and the money they get reimbursed, that they do bring money in. I know in the assessor's office, we don't directly bring money in. But I'll give you a perfect example. My office just negotiated a case with IBTR, a taxpayer in the county, that had we not fought, which it's a lot of extra work, but had we not fought to make that negotiation, first of all, the county would have been cutting a check to that taxpayer for $600,000. The next thing is, over the next 8 years, or the next 6 years, the county was going to lose $1.2 million in tax revenue. That's gone away. We don't have to write the check. That was written off. We get to keep that money. And in my negotiations, not only will the county not lose $1.2 million, we're still going to claim revenue of over $800,000. So, yeah, we don't directly do anything that brings money in, but if we don't do our jobs, it still costs the county. So I guess with that, I'll just let it go at that. I just wanted to get that out there because I think some offices get overlooked. I think in the goal to save money, we make cuts, and sometimes in the places we make the cuts, it makes no sense.
I've got a couple questions. What is your grade currently?
I believe my grade is a 516 and the auditor's a 517, or I'm a 517, the auditor's a 518.
Okay, and you believe you should be where?
I think we should be, at the very minimum, equal. So I'm not saying you've got to take me up, bring the auditors down, but that's a pay cut, and most people don't like to do a pay cut. So
Well,
it's just
you know, at
however-
one time, all the elected officials made the
Made
same
the
amount of
same
money.
thing.
You're exactly right. And-
Everybody was the same.
But I will tell you, I have been doing my own personal study over the other 92 counties, the other 91 counties, because we're the 92nd. And in no other county do elected officials make the same. Depending on what the office is, they make an amount based on what their work is. So we are one of the only counties that had all elected officials making the same.
But that's what the Baker-Tilly study produced.
The Baker-Tilly study did produce it. And I think it was a decent study. A lot of people would disagree with me. But I think it's a base. I think they don't have all of the same knowledge that we have in this county. So I think we needed to use it as a base, and through a personnel committee and your HR, make the tweaks that need to be made to make it equitable for the county. Because although I agree with it as a whole, I disagree with it, and not just for my office. There's other offices that I think there's an inequity there also.
Kevin, let me also mention, you didn't point out that all of the property that you kind of reclaimed on that north side that the hospital had bought up and then just
would.
left fallow, and then you were going to make them pay taxes on it, which they had claimed non-taxable, which they turned over to the city, and the city now is selling that off to private developers. That was a huge amount of money.
And it's not just them. We've also done that for St. Mary of the Woods, Rose Holman. We've done it for Ivy Tech. We've done it for ISU.
Absolutely.
We've picked up so many properties. I think,
It's millions and millions of
counting this
dollars.
case right here, I think we've put about $12 million back on the tax rolls in the last 4 years that I've been in office.
Absolutely. You're extremely
And that's
successful.
my job. I don't expect credit for that. I just want to show that it does take someone in this job, along with all the other elected officials, that wants to do a good job at what they're doing. Because if you don't, you're costing the county money, and you're being unfair to the taxpayers. But if you're not, and I've made this comment to a couple of the council people, it's a slap in the face to see someone else get something more than what you get when you've done everything above and beyond.
Well, our failure to raise the salaries of the elected officials, and when we raised to the midpoint, I mean, you know, chief deputies, some are making as much as the elected officials.
You do have chief deputies that are going to make almost the same amount as your elected
Yeah,
official.
so we have to revisit that. We must address it.
To educate myself, I wasn't around when all elected officials made the same salary. If that were the case, what would all elected officials make today? Does anybody know?
Well, it depends.
Probably what they're
If you
making
move-
now.
If you move them all down to the lowest, I think it's a 515. So it would put all of your elected officials at roughly 60-ish.
Yeah, and that's what I say, that stuff's
It's not
inherited. And you
livable.
mentioned that's your job. It is your job.
It
You've
is
done a
my
great
job.
job. You know, we've talked about before, going after some of these people that would never, somebody else may have never done that to create
You wouldn't
more
get
money.
professional people running for the offices. They couldn't afford to.
No.
And that's why I also address the council. The hours you guys have to put in, and I know you don't want to vote for your own raise, I think it's not a fair
But
salary.
it's not our raise. It's a raise for.
Correct.
for
Just like I'm not
professional
asking
person.
for me to be taken up to midpoint or me to have my grade raised. If someone else runs for this position that's qualified and you want someone that's good in this position, it's for that position. It's not for me, it's for the position.
And for the quality of the county office holder, that's what you're voting for.
Well, as you know, almost every office holder came in and said, I want you to take care of my people. And that's what this council wanted to do. You know, that was our way of doing it. Everybody on the council agreed that, you know, we'd take care of the employees, try to get everybody to midpoint. maybe we were wrong, but that's what we wanted to do, and that's what we're doing.
But we failed the office holders.
Well,
We
I'm not
failed
gonna get
them.
into that. 'Cause
And I'm not even saying, because you were still gonna do a cost of living, I'm still going back to the same thing. You either like the Baker Tilly study or you don't. You either use it or you scrap it. Because if you don't make an equal adjustment across the board, then you might as well scrap the entire study. And then we'll spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a year next year or the year after that to do another study. You've already got a study that you can use, but you have to use it correctly. And that's something that's incorrect. And again, like I said, because of the number of elected officials you've got, it's a negligible amount in the overall scheme of a $100 million budget. To keep a study that you've spent so much time and money on, it makes no sense not to do it.
I've
I
got
agree with you.
I'm gonna think out loud. This may not be the spot for it, but how many elected officials are there? Anybody know?
Yeah.
If I was gonna guess, somewhere around 12? 10?
So,
Not
you-
county council, that.
Well, yeah, 'cause that's 7.
Prosecutor, commissioners, auditor, assessor, clerk, recorder, surveyor, treasurer, Harrison Township.
and are there any of them that are higher than, is it auditor
Well, the
that's?
prosecutor's the state, but yeah.
Yeah, I never do
Sheriff is
count
set
them
by
because
the-
they go with courts.
See, we
I
don't
mean,
pay
because
the
they're all,
Sheriff, we don't pay the
All right, so we're not talking about them, we're talking about the ones that.
we're talking about in the
responsible.
annex, basically.
So what if we were to take all of them to, whatever the number is, take them all to the same number? That would at least put everybody on an equal playing field.
Steve, I just sent you something.
Oh, thank you. I mean, would that be a bad thing to do, to say, okay, let's just treat them all equal? If you're an elected official, this is what you get, even though,
I think you're gonna have a substantially more number if you do that, larger number, than you would just the system that you guys are already utilizing to get people to midpoint.
What is the system we're
well,
utilizing?
I think part of the problem that, if I'm hearing Kevin correctly, part of his concern is not just that we didn't go to midpoint, but also the fact that he has to have a special license to do his job when several others, including us, don't need a special license. And I would, if I were in his shoes, I would feel frustrated as well.
Maybe we should have if you have a license, you get this much additional.
Well, guys, you know how many stipends we have?
He said elected officials can't get stipends.
Right, but we have so many stipends, and through the years, in order to give people raises and more money, they started using stipends, and they started using longevity. We never had that years ago. That's how they give people raises. They were giving them stipends and giving them longevity. That changed the whole budget system. That ruins the grade period, too, because they're getting a stipend other than that or longevity.
My issue, and I agree with everything Kevin has said, the system before you guys are taking this on was not good. Commissioners, a couple years ago, everybody was moved to the 25th percentile, except elected officials. We were presented a percentage of 25th percentile. Now we're back to everybody's moving to midpoint, and we're only getting 3%. I've been a Vigo County employee for 6 years now, including my time on the council, and I work my ass off every day. My day started at 4:16 this morning with the fire department. I want Tammy, I want everybody to get fair treatment. But I think just because we're elected officials, and that's why we're not going to get what everybody else is getting.
You're getting a cost of living.
Who is?
You will.
Yeah.
3% cost of living.
Okay.
So,
I mean, that's what is
And I'm
in the
not-
budget.
and I mean, I guess anything's better than nothing, but my point is, you still just scrapped your study. So let's just get rid of the Baker Tilly study.
Yeah, why did we get it if we don't use it?
Because why take a percentage to midpoint and leave everyone else not at midpoint? You're just playing with numbers. Just get rid of the study. and just set salaries and say, these people make this salary, these people make this. I mean, that's kind of where you're at.
I don't get that.
How can you not? If you're given a study and it says, this is the gap they should be between this person and this person, that's what the study says, that's where that should always be. But now you've just raised that person half that distance. So what's the study mean now? It means nothing.
The difficulty is that we have elected officials making barely more than the chief deputies. That's a problem.
Well, the other problem is, if you take an elected official that has to put their name out there to run for an office, the money it costs to run for an office, and we get a position, and now you take a department head that's hired by somebody, they're making more than us. That makes no sense. It's supposed to be equivalent to the job that you perform. What company have you ever went to where the boss makes less than the staff?
And the responsibility for the whole department.
I mean, ultimately, I and every other elected official answers for everything that goes on in our office. The buck stops with us. If my office messes something up, it's me. I will never blame my staff. I will say it's me. We'll fix the issue. We'll move forward. That's my job as the head of the office. Why would I want the extra headache if I could make as much not being in that position? I mean, I do my job because I love my job. And whether I got this or not, I'm going to run again next year because I love my job.
Yeah.
I took a pay cut to take this job. You've heard that from a lot of people. I mean, I can make a lot more not doing this. I love what I'm doing in my job. But I also want to be treated fairly. And yes, I wanted my staff to get where they were, and I fought hard to get them to that point. Matter of fact, I worked with another office. We cut staff so everybody picks up a little more work so that we could get that raise. Well, now, everyone else is going to that, which again, they all need to. But we gave something up to get to that. And then in the process, I'm being told, you get a cost of living, but everybody else is going up closer, higher. I mean, I just, to me, it just makes no sense. So, I mean, ultimately, you guys are the council, you'll make the decision. But I think a decision like that is not only wrong for me, it's wrong for every other elected official, and it's doing a disservice to your community because you're not going to get people that are the best to run for a position when they can make the same amount not putting their name out there.
And it does raise the caliber of the county when you have a higher paid position for your county elected
When you've got
officials.
corporations like Union Hospital that pay multi-million dollars to CEOs because they want the best to run their organization, you can't slap your workers in the face or your elected officials in the face and say, we want the best, but this is what you're going to get.
Plus, the one thing is the employees and chief deputies and everybody gets a cost of living, or gets a longevity also. Elected officials don't get that.
That's right.
So, I mean, I think we're no different than employees. I've been here for 34 years. This is my job. You know, granted, somebody don't give me my job, the public votes me in. So, I mean, the difference between me and my chief deputy, but counting his longevity, is minimal. When I have to run for election, fund my own campaign, basically pay for my job. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Can I throw a suggestion out? And I apologize to you in advance for making the suggestion. Chris, I'm apologizing to you. What if you were to take the treasurer, surveyor, recorder, clerk, assessor, auditor, commissioners, and move them all to the same grade and same midpoint?
What
Of-
did the Baker Tilly recommend?
Well, I don't know. I'm just trying to find a resolution that gets everybody treated fairly and equally. And that would, at that point, although I hear, where'd Kevin go?
He's
Oh.
not.
Although I hear Kevin's concern that he has to have, or that needs a special license, and I don't disagree. If you have to have a special license, you probably should get something extra. But at the very minimum, we're gonna be able to treat everybody the same, and we could say, look, we're sorry that you had to get your special license, but at least we're not gonna treat you worse than we're treating someone else.
Kevin, do you get paid more for the level 3?
That's the other thing I was gonna say. Steve, me bringing that up is just to show that
Inequity.
there's an inequity sometimes there. But yes, having my certification, the state has a mandate that I get. I don't know if you want to call it a stipend or whatever, but there is an educational increase. So going back to what you're saying, if everyone was at the same, every elected official at the same, then I guess that increase does make an adjustment for the requirement that I have to have. I'm okay with that. Again, I said before, if you want to put all of us elected officials at the exact same grade, but still take it to midpoint, that's fair. It's the fact that you want to take some people to midpoint and some people not, that I'm saying is creating the largest inequity. Everything else I think can be addressed in the future through your personnel committee and your HR. That's studies that can be done over the next few years. But the fact of right now taking some to midpoint and some not is just wrong.
So the elected officials are the only ones that are not taking the midpoint.
Based on the packet that
That's
you guys looked at
exactly
last
true.
week.
Exactly.
I mean, in a study though.
In the Baker Tilly
They
study, it set
graded it.
people where it felt they needed to be based on the work they did. So if it said I was supposed to be a 516, or I'm not even sure what it is, but let's say it's a 516, then it said, my office, that person should be a 516.
We're basically looking at 9 employees, or 8 if you don't include the sheriff and the prosecutor, because they're way up there.
Right.
524 and
And they're
523.
set by
You're
state.
You're looking between 515 and 518 in grades, so a difference of 3 grades. Does that make sense? So the commissioners are a 518, auditors a 517. What Kevin is saying, he's a 516, and then the Harrison Township assessor is a 515.
That's goofy.
So I'm a 516 with the rest of the elected officials, I'm okay with that, but your auditor's a 517.
I think they should.
Again, I don't mean to be picking on you, Larry. Like I say, this was done before you were in office.
Position is not.
It's
What
the
if-
position, it's not the person I'm talking about.
I think they should.
These are all things that'll happen next election. You got people saying, well, that wasn't right.
Well, you're always going to have people saying that wasn't right, and
there's
that's the
always,
reason
everybody's always saying my job's more important than.
you're exactly
your
right,
job.
and that's
Right.
why I'm not trying to say that. I'm trying to say hang them all the same, but don't move some to midpoint and some not. That's my problem, is the fact that you're wanting to move all of this big group to midpoint, but leave this group down. Still at the 25 percentile, but with a cost of living. That makes no sense. They should be moved to midpoint also. That's my only complaint here. I mean, the other stuff I was just saying stuff, and I said it was just to get off my chest. But the main issue here is leaving elected officials in the 25 percentile range. Because your cost of living actually should be applying to midpoint also, but I know the money's not there. Because now you're still leaving your study behind. Your study was based on 2023. So if you do a cost of living every year, that study needs to be increased by the cost of living every year.
It needs to be, the scale needs to be brought up.
So your midpoint's still behind, even though you're taking everybody to midpoint. But at least everyone would still be at midpoint. It'd be the same for everyone. That's my only complaint.
Hang on one second.
I think that midpoint should be, in 23, the study said midpoint was 75.6. There's been 2 cost of living increases. It should be applied to that. And that should be the midpoint, not just for elected officials, across the board. That means you've still got a study that is current to date for everyone. You don't need to do any more new studies. You still got a study. If there's inequities, they can be fixed through petitions to your personnel committee and your HR. But that can be done in the future. But to keep your study accurate, first of all, everyone needs to go to midpoint. And the second of all, whether it's done this year or next year, midpoint needs to be put to where it should have been by the Baker Tilly study. And then you've still got a study that makes sense.
That's absolutely true.
All right, just hear me out here. If you were to take, my math is not exact, I just did rough numbers. If you were to take treasurer, surveyor, recorder, clerk, assessor, auditor, and commissioners, make them all a 517 and put them at midpoint, it would cost the county, I think, if I did my math right, a little less than $84,000 a year. It hurts the commissioners.
Absolutely. I'm going down in pay.
Commissioners would be going down in pay, but the trade-off would be, no?
I've never seen the county ever take anyone down. To go along with what Judy's saying, I've never seen that.
So,
Can I say something real quick?
Sure,
If you may?
jump in.
First of all, I don't take offense to what you're saying.
I hope not. I don't think
I
it
don't.
It
I
doesn't
don't at
mean,
all.
of course.
I do think that, I agree personally with your assessment of if you're gonna take the county to midpoint, all county officials should go to midpoint.
Right.
Because you're exactly right, and no, I was not here, so I don't know what happened all before. We're learning as we go. But that gets us back on track.
That's right.
We did not do that for elected officials this time. I heard rumor that the 3% was more than midpoint. I don't know if that's true or not.
It's not.
I don't know if it's true or not, and again, that's the reason I'm not arguing dollar amounts. I'm arguing the fact that everyone should be taking the midpoint. And I don't care if right now, Steve, if you leave everyone at their current grade, but take everyone to midpoint.
I mean, that's the whole thing is, I'm a 516. I don't need to be a 517 or 518, whatever. Just leave me at 516 and give me the midpoint and we'd be happy. You know, you got department heads, they're all going to midpoint. They're the bosses too, just like we are,
But they're not elected.
but they're not elected. So we're getting punished because we're elected.
You gotta turn around and run for office and pay for it.
Yeah, next year I gotta run.
And I do want to put this out there because I know this is stereotypical, that an elected official gets the perks that we don't have to be here. We don't have to put in the same hours. We don't have to do this and don't do that. I can tell you every day my day starts before 7 o'clock. I can tell you I'm in my office. I've already imported my first file before 7:30. I can tell you I don't take lunches. I may leave for 10 or 15 minutes, go to a gas station, and then I come back. I can tell you that I'm here, I'm the last one out of my office every day. Again, that's not for a pat on the back. That's what we should expect from an elected official. I take less vacation, less personal days than anyone in my office. Again, I think that should be expected of me. But I also don't want to be treated that I'm going to take everyone to the midpoint except you. I think that's a problem. I think optically it's horrible.
I
Because
agree
we're
with every
responsible
word
for
you
everything.
say.
Beth, we're not getting anywhere here. Let's recess. And the only thing I know to do.
And do nothing?
Well, no, if you're making a motion, are you making motions? Without looking at the figures, guys, you gotta look at figures. You voted for the Baker-Tilly study, correct?
No.
No, you didn't? Okay. And so Steve and I inherited that, and you inherited it too, but the Baker-Tilly study was asked by the council. For our council, was that in 23, Chris?
They did it, I didn't vote for it, they did, they voted
Okay.
for it.
does the personnel committee help resolve some of this?
Would it?
Yes.
Well, we used to have personnel committee, you know, and then they
See,
did
that's
away with
That's
that.
what we need is a personnel committee.
Huh? What?
handbook states that you have a.
I know, but it was done away with.
It became inactive.
Problem is, the personnel committee couldn't go meet with them till next year.
And then what, and then what, and then what? I mean, time to deal with it is now.
No, but we're saying that we used to have 3 or 4 committees, so they did a sunshine meeting, right? That was never there before either. And they did away with the committees when you had personnel, you had all those other committees years ago. But they brought a sunshine meeting in, and then personnel, the committees went away.
I will say that I've been told that they're going to bring the personnel committee back.
Now,
and
who
the
brings that back?
Commissioners.
And we're getting ready to redo the handbook, so that, if that's the case, we need to put it in there. Who's gonna be in there right now, the 2017 handbook says?
Hallelujah,
I thought the
hallelujah.
personnel committee was the council.
No.
Yeah.
One commissioner, one council, and HR is what it says in our handbook.
How do they have the authority to do that?
Yeah. I mean, everybody just got together.
Oh,
and
did they
talked.
disband it?
I don't.
Now, did they disband a personnel committee as a whole, or the one that was created for the Baker Tilly study?
Wouldn't the council have to make the committee?
Well, I mean, if I'm making comments, I'm going to say this too. You need a personnel committee. It needs to be made up of probably 7 to 9 people. It needs to include some department heads and commissioner, a council person, HR. And I think that's the ones that should address any future changes that need made to
Yes, and then if-
pay.
if
You don't need to
somebody
do more
has to
studies.
Go to them and they advocate or whatever, and everybody talks about it before it goes to the full council.
Use your Baker Tilly study as a base, which you've got right now. Again, that's why I'm arguing that this needs made so it's still a good study. And then through that committee and HR, any changes could be addressed and then proposed to the council as a whole to say, do you agree with this? But the committee's free. It's not like you're not paying them a salary. They're going to do the work for free, and they'll advise the council. And it's still the council's choice to say yes or no. Yes, and then we don't have to do another study.
That's what happened with WIS, it just never, it happened and then no one ever followed through with it.
And that's what I've been hoping for, and the only way to keep that relevant is if you as the budget committee and the council as a whole takes everyone to midpoint. Any other adjustments can be made in the future. And if that committee says that it's not a good adjustment, it's not made. The bottom line is we've got a lot of changes that are coming. I mean, I look at SB1, I look at House Bill 1472 and all the other ones. We've got a lot of changes coming, and no one knows how it's going to affect our budget.
It's not going to be positive.
They can give you predictions. They can say you're going to lose this much money over the next couple of years, but it's a prediction. And we don't know what the next House bill or Senate's going to do. So we can address all this stuff in the future, but you've got to keep it relevant now.
All right, I've got another suggestion. What if everyone were moved to a 517,
Yeah, 517.
including commissioners, but commissioners would not go down in pay? They would actually go up, although they wouldn't go up proportionately as much as everyone else. They would still be getting an increase in pay from what I understand is currently 82,333 to 82,793. So everyone would be getting an increase. Everyone's getting treated equally. Commissioners do have the extra added feature of having a vehicle. I don't know if anyone else gets vehicles or not.
So you're talking about increasing a 516 from $75,000 to $82,000, and we get $300 in a vehicle.
I'm trying to come up with a solution that.
All we're asking for is you guys just vote to move everybody to midpoint and keep everybody.
And for
the
what
same
it's worth,
grade.
I would be willing to forego any raise for myself. It's not.
Well, that's
I
not
understand
you.
that,
That's
Steve.
not
We
you.
get that.
But it's not for you. But still, you're looking at, you're foregoing a raise for you, and that's not what we're asking.
I know. I'm
We're
just trying
asking
to
for
find
the
it.
position.
I'm
If you
trying to
decide
find
not
it.
to run for that next year, that needs to be a position someone would want. So you guys should be treated the same.
It's for the position.
I mean, worst case scenario, council should go to midpoint. I don't know what council's midpoint is, but council should go to midpoint along with everyone else. They're not on this, so are they? I don't understand. They're important decisions. Yes, yeah, absolutely. In my opinion, council's pay probably needs to be doubled. What are they, in the 20s now? It probably should be doubled.
Baker Tilly was like 60.
Yeah, Baker Tilly had them up to over 60,000, and that was still for part-time,
For what?
for the council. That's what the study
I
said.
make a motion.
You know, and I tell you what, I mean, you know, Jimmy Mann always said, well, I'm not gonna give myself a pay raise. It's not a pay raise for yourself. Think about the future.
It's pay raise for the
Think about
position.
the future, for God's sakes.
And
I
when
mean, you
Baker
get a
Tilly
bunch of-
did their study, that's what they said. Don't look at what the
They said
position,
66,000,
what the person should get, look at what the
everybody fell
position
over
should
dead.
get. But that's just my plea to you guys. I think
Thank you
everyone
for
needs to go to the
standing up and
midpoint.
saying something sensible, for God's sake.
I don't care if you change anything else, but everyone needs to go to the midpoint. Not just elected officials in here, council, everyone should go to the midpoint.
When you was talking about salaries and bringing everybody to midpoint, you used the Baker Tilly thing and you did midpoint plus 3%, right?
Yes.
That's all we're asking for, is the midpoint plus 3%.
Just be fair.
Yes, we want the same as everybody else.
That's
Not-
correct.
I mean, you don't need to move me up or move him down or anything like that. Keep them the same, just go midpoint
Correct.
3%. And then if you want to adjust Kevin's, next
Stephen,
year,
make a motion, I'll second.
starting
I
in
mean,
the,
like I say,
I mean,
I'm gonna do this job regardless as long as they keep working.
we just want the midpoint plus 3%.
It's
is what-
negligible.
What you're giving everybody else.
Well, and the other issue is you guys have already advertised.
Kevin, that would be negligible
And this would
amount, would
be-
it not? Just for elected officials?
With a $120
For the salary ordinance.
million budget, it's negligible.
Well, and Steve, the numbers that I sent you on that, those are from 2023, so that, I mean, that's still not 3% that they got one year and then 3% the next year.
Midpoint only got 3%.
Why would we not just put everybody, I don't understand why we wouldn't just put everybody at 517 and call it a day. 517 does,
Just do the midpoint.
they still get a raise, it's not as nice, but they still get a raise, and everyone else is treated equally at that point, and no one has the ability to complain and say, I'm not being treated the same as this department or that department or that department. All elected officials, except for us, let me rephrase that, all elected officials that we've discussed would get a raise and go to midpoint, and their pay grades would all be the same. And if you want to run for an elected,
And then what do you do about the council?
that's up to you two.
Double the salary.
I think that's you guys
Well, just
decide.
don't take it. I mean, just donate it to charity.
I'll tell you what I'll do.
It's insulting.
All right, I'll tell you what I'll do. If you guys want to do that, if I'm allowed to do this, I'll take my portion of my raise for as long as I'm in office, and I will
Whatever
donate
you
it,
do,
I'll donate
nobody
it to the
cares.
commissioners to
That's-
compensate for them.
No.
We're not asking for that,
Well,
Steve. We don't
We're
want
not
you to
putting
forgo
that
your
in a
salary.
budget. Gosh,
I can do it off the books.
No, if you want to slip of money, but. No, we're not putting that in a budget resolution,
It makes sense to take everybody to a 517. Everybody's equal. No one's being treated unfairly. Everybody gets a raise.
Besides the Vigo County Commissioners, I'm a 518 by your own study.
Not my study.
By whoever's study. The county council study that took this from the county commissioners back in 2022. We wanted to lead this effort. It got taken away from
What was
us.
Baker Tilly?
We just want this group of elected officials to go to the midpoint as requested. That's based on the study that you guys have
So,
used.
Chris, what I'm proposing though, again, I apologize that you guys don't get as big of a raise, but at your expense, everyone else gets to go.
Steve, who owns the handbook in this county? Who closes the county? Who makes sure this group of people, everybody in this building, are safe? The county commissioners do. I don't understand why it's okay for the county commissioners to just get a couple $100, and other people are moving nearly $8,000. That's not fair and equitable to the next group of commissioners that have to run for office.
So you don't believe that
You're talking about-
82,000 is a fair salary for a commissioner?
No, I absolutely do. But I believe if you're going to do all the other employees and increase them to midpoint, why leave one
Make them a 518,
one elected
Stephen.
official off?
It's okay. They're in charge of all the property and blah, 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 blah. And the highways and byways. All other elected officials, 517. That's correct.
I just want to go on record saying I didn't ask to be bumped up.
I
I just
know
want
that.
everyone going to
I know
midpoint.
it.
No.
Same.
I know it.
Yeah.
Okay,
And I also don't want you to make a request to the rest of the council that they're going to refuse because you're trying to take them up too high. If midpoint's the best, then we're okay with midpoint. I mean, that's the goal here, is just midpoint so everybody's treated the same. I understand what you're trying to do, Steve. I appreciate that. I think it's fair, but midpoint is the goal. And that's a negligible amount if that's all they get.
okay, here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna recess, come back after lunch. I wanna look at the figures with the auditor. And,
Come back at
and
what
let
time?
me look at them and then
1
and
o'clock?
I'll try
How
to
long?
pass them out.
1 o'clock?
Yeah.
Can we have a drink while we're out?
It's mandatory.
Recess till 1 o'clock. dispatch coordinator. Dispatch,
Are we live again?
See,
Yeah.
that was,
Should we-
We're getting close.
okay, we're just live on the mic.
Okay.
that was Sarah. And, mhm. So he hired a professional guy. So how do we adjust that?
That's what I'm trying to find here.
I don't have that answer.
You,
Brad's got more gray hair than me. That makes him better prepared.
it's a lot slower.
Yeah, no, we're not in the meeting yet.
Absolutely.
They're out of, I think, to answer that question, they're out of a separate fund, so they're almost like the judges and stuff, so they don't follow the same.
That's correct.
So they still get the grades and stuff, they're just paid out of a different fund?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, your dispatchers are separate, just like your jailer, okay, like the sheriff or jail, the sheriff's department. You've got your deputies on one, but then you've got your office staff that's on ours. That's on as a general employee, because they do not follow under what the jail or the sheriff.
Live,
So,
we're live.
You want to hit your gavel?
We're back in session.
You did not find anything on council?
No, but
Okay.
as I told Jordan a while ago, I remember now, when Baker Tilly came back and they did their presentation of their findings, this was before all this started getting passed around. They did a presentation on those screens. And one of those presentation screens showed the council that, I'm pretty sure it was 67,000 and some change. But I don't have a copy of the presentation, I don't think Jordan does. But it was in a presentation, but no, it got left off of this.
Yeah, I couldn't find it in the study for council or coroner either. Didn't even pay attention to that, but, excuse me.
Jordan, how long, do you think that's something you could find today? Oh. Oh, awesome. Okay.
Okay, here's the dispatch. So Brian's 911 director, right?
Yes. And he
And-
hired Scott Dalton, you know, who's the assistant now.
No.
Brad.
Scott Dalton.
I mean,
When anybody talks, if they're asking us just to go up, want to go up to the mic and talk, and then if you folks make sure you have your mics on, please. Okay.
Random people talking sometimes, we can't hear.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all
thanks.
good. Thank you, Scott.
or Junior, whoever he hired
No, yeah,
whoever.
that's
All right, for people that are out there watching that are curious as to what just transpired, we were asked to make sure that people are speaking into the mics if they're sitting out in the attendees. I had asked Kevin Gardner a question, and I had also asked a question to Jordan. I don't remember your last name, Jordan, I'm sorry. Gackle, sorry. And so they're
What
trying
kind
to
of
find us an
gackle
answer.
Can't find that letter. There it is. Okay, when we left off, we were looking at elected officials.
If I'm correct, we are still waiting to find out see if we can find out what a midpoint is for council. Is that correct? I think Jordan's doing that, correct? Okay.
Okay, let's hold off on that then. Devin, what else do we need to finish up on today?
I would say if you guys wanted to talk about the assistant director and director for E911, you could potentially forego their 14 and 16 grade level if you would like to keep the $76,000 and the $77,447 that they presented this morning.
Do we need a new grade for the director?
I think they're suggesting we do away with their grades completely.
I think
It's
that would
one
be,
way you could
that
go
would be
about
better
that.
to do that.
If this is what they presented, those numbers do not fall on our grade scale.
Okay. So,
But if we're using all the other ones with a grade, right? The other positions, or are we varying away from them?
Yeah, all their dispatchers and their coordinators and training officers, they're on their own classification schedule.
You know, it operates separately from how other departments operate.
right. So to be clear, for those people who are listening, all of E911 is on their own scale. They don't follow the Baker-Tilly studies that we had completed prior. Is that a correct statement?
Well, you got
Ish.
E911 and then you have dispatch.
Or dispatchers, I'm sorry, dispatchers, that's what I meant. My apologies.
And we're looking at the 911.
Dispatch 911 is the same thing,
Yeah,
because the salaries are all paid out of lit PSAP.
Right.
did you read this? There's 14 positions, dispatchers, 5 training coordinators, 6 supervisors, and then the assistant director.
And none of that is, falls under any of the grades. Those are just separate job descriptions. So it's regulated by its own
So that's what
setup.
we approved earlier.
Right.
Is that correct, Devin?
Yes, you did approve that earlier.
Thank you.
All right, so in essence, we just need to acknowledge that we're doing away with any grade scale for the director and assistant director.
If you guys would like to keep it at those numbers that they presented this morning, I do not believe that it follows our schedule.
Okay. So how do we do away with those? Anybody know that answer?
I make a motion to accept the numbers submitted by the E911 director.
I thought we already done
We
that.
already did that, you're right.
Well, and
away with the grades.
and
Yeah,
do away
to-
with the grades.
And do it. I will second the motion to do away with their grades.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right. Devin, what else?
That's what I had. We're just waiting on elected official.
Okay, thank you.
Any luck on your end, Jordan? Midpoint for council members, if you have it.
Okay, would you like to discuss your thing, not in a motion,
No.
but discuss what you're.
Okay. Here is my suggestion. Let me tell you what my first suggestion was. I had a conversation with Chris, and he gave me a few reasons why it was not a great suggestion, and so we tried to find an alternate solution.
Chris Schweitzer.
Correct. All right, my first suggestion was we move all elected officials that include commissioners, auditor, assessor, clerk, recorder, surveyor, and treasurer. And in a discussion after this, we've even, the thought also perhaps coroner would be included, but not certain about that one, that we would take all of those positions and move them to a 517 so that no elected official is making more or less than other elected officials. It would allow everyone to get a pay raise, although admittedly, commissioners would be getting a smaller pay raise proportionately because of the grade change. Some of the issues that came up were commissioners do more work and have more responsibilities, and as a result, they should be a higher grade level than the other elected officials. I personally can get on board either direction on that. I've not done their job, so I don't know the difficulty level of their jobs. My follow-up suggestion was we change commissioners to a 517. We change the auditor to a 516, my apologies, such that all elected officials would still get a raise. They would all be at a 516, which treats them all equally and the same, with the exception of commissioners.
And council.
Well, we don't know about council yet.
But you're saying all elected officials, with the exception of.
With the exception of well, okay. When I say elected officials, I'm referring to commissioners, auditor, assessor, clerk, recorder, surveyor, treasurer, possibly coroner. Don't know about that one yet. So all elected officials of that group would be a 516, and the commissioners would be a 517, which means everyone would get a pay bump relative to this year. It allows everyone to be on the same playing field so that, say, an assessor or an auditor or a treasurer is not being treated differently as an elected official. And I think that also addresses the concern that Chris had, where we're able to keep them at a higher grade level because of their increased duties. Those are my suggestions. What we don't know what to do with is council. Did you find something? Wonderful.
This is from June of 2023, but coroner and council were both a grade 514.
Is your mic on?
Is that, yeah, I was gonna say.
It is now. June 2023, there's coroner and council at a 514, which is not on that list.
Okay.
So midpoint back then was $66,662 for council and coroner.
Say that
Say
again.
that again.
Yeah.
$66,662. A grade 514.
And that was Baker Tilly?
Mm-hmm.
And that was in 23.
June of 2023. Now why they were left off, I don't know.
Is coroner a full-time spot?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm gonna talk out loud.
Did you, pardon me?
Yep.
Was the coroner on there?
Yeah, coroner and.
They're the same.
They're the same.
And the council was the same.
514, a grade 514.
Am I okay to discuss?
And what would the salary be? You don't have
66.
that, you just got the grade, right?
No, she's got it.
66, 662.
That was midpoint in 2023.
Okay, 56,662. That's corner. too.
66.
66. 662.
66?
4 6s and a 2.
4 6s and a 2. 66, 662.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Oh, you're cheap.
All right. Open for discussion. Can I throw an idea out there?
Throw it out.
Corner, again, I was told in the past that corner was set on a different standard, and I never did understand it, but that's what I was taught when I first got to this office. But if it is an elected position, and if it is a full-time job, my humble opinion is it should be treated the same as the other elected positions and be a 516. That's my humble position. I would also say that technically, although we put a lot of hours in, we are technically a part-time job. So 66 sounds like an awful lot of money for a council member when it's a part-time job.
So the corner is that they're paid off of a 35-hour work week, so he is full-time.
That's at 66. Yeah.
So do we bump again, talking out loud, and I apologize because I know it affects the councils, but do we bump ourselves down a pay grade to offset?
I would concur with that.
So are we allowed to do that?
We can do whatever we're big enough to do.
Okay, so if we bump down a pay grade, does anybody know what's you said 514, what's a 513? That's the lowest.
We're the
Okay.
lowest of the low.
All right, so I'm inexperienced. How do we handle that?
Kevin,
Kevin
Come on
Garner
down.
is coming up to the mic.
And I don't know, because I've never done that before, but just a suggestion. You made the comment, Hartley.
it's on.
No, it
Oh.
wasn't. Green light wasn't on.
Oh.
You made the comment that it's a part-time position as council, so why don't you just, instead of changing the grade, use the grade but do a percentage of the grade? 50%, 60%, whatever you determine is appropriate, and then that's just multiplied by whatever the midpoint is. And then just a little bit of backstory, because I did go to all the meetings back when Becker Tilly was here. One of the reasons they did the coroner the way they did then was the coroner had a private practice as a doctor, so they felt that the coroner wasn't a full-time coroner. I do think they were still paid based off of 35 hours a week, but that is why they did that back then. I know that's not the case now, so just a little bit of back history on that.
Let me also tell you some very sad news. Our coroner at the time, Dr. Susan Amos, had a massive stroke night before last. She is in St. Vincent Hospital on a ventilator and not expected to survive.
Oh, wow.
She has a dependent grandchild who lives with her, Brennan, who is afflicted with disability. And it's extremely, extremely bad situation. She has been a very good servant for this community. Dr. Paul Sieben Morgan was her father. He was a legend in this community, and I'm so sorry to tell you this news.
Yep, she delivered two of my children.
Yeah, she's a very dear friend of mine. So anyway, thanks, Kevin, for that information. That's helpful.
All right, well.
Well, that's good, good information to have. Thank you.
So if I were going to make a recommendation, not that it's my recommendation to make, just talking out loud, I would suggest commissioners be a 517. All other elected officials that include auditor, assessor, clerk, recorder, surveyor, treasurer, and coroner be a 516. They all go to midpoint. Oh, and we, the council, stay a 514 since it is the lowest number, and instead of taking full pay, bump it down to like 60% or somewhere in there.
So like
Well, that's,
40,000 or something like that, or what?
I really don't care. I
What
don't
do
care
you
about a
think,
raise for us at
Larry?
all.
What-
Did you say the clerk also?
Auditor, assessor, clerk,
yeah,
recorder,
okay, I'm sorry.
surveyor, treasurer, and coroner would be a 516,
And would
which is
that
what
be?
they are now.
which is what they are except for auditor. You're currently at 517, so you would be a 516 so that you are equal with everyone else.
Would that be, then to midpoint?
And then
plus
going to
3%?
Yes, correct. So you're still getting a raise. You're not getting a proportionate raise to some of the other people because their grade was different than yours, and we're trying to get everybody on equal playing
I
field.
just want to make everybody happy.
Thank you.
You're such a good guy.
Good
So-
luck.
Seriously, thank you,
Yeah,
thank you for
good
that.
luck.
I'm not being facetious. I'm being
I
serious.
know,
Thank you.
I know, it's all right.
I can't find crap.
Mike, would that suffice with you guys as well?
Sounds better.
Come to the podium, please.
Yeah, in some circumstances, in reference to this, being a council person for years and also commissioner, right, Brad? In my livelihood, I've never done anything except work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day in the trucking business, and commissioner's job, I've never taken it any differently. It never stops at 10 o'clock at night or whatever, I don't know that the other offices get quite those things. And I'm not complaining. It's just part of the job.
Right.
And I'm just glad, right now, I'm just glad there's three of us, because it gets spread very thin some days. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as we all know, in the positions as commissioner, you're put on a lot of boards.
Boards.
That take a lot
Evenings.
of meetings, all different nights.
Evenings, and I would say, I think there was something they said about vehicles. I've always been very careful, and I keep a log on the county vehicle I have, and it's open. I just keep a log and keep county business on it, and which usually means I park it on Friday evening and get it out of the garage on Monday morning, even though I probably do some things over the weekend for county business. But I just keep a log of my mileage, so I do not use it for personal use. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. Am I safe to make a motion?
The reason he asked you that is because they're dropping commissioners a grade.
Yeah.
But still stays above everybody else.
Yeah. Well, I just heard everybody was going to get a $7,000 increase, and we were going to get $300. That's what I heard.
So that's now changed.
Okay.
All right.
You're getting $250.
Get
No.
to. All right. Yeah, we've looked at that over the years, and I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just real quick, can I
Yes.
just clarify, are we just doing a midpoint, or are we doing a midpoint with a 3% cost of living?
He's going to make a motion. We'll see.
Is your
Can you
mic on?
clarify?
Well,
Is your
let-
mic on?
Yes.
Okay, so
talk
before I make the motion, what did we do on all other employees? Midpoint or midpoint plus 3?
A midpoint with a 3% cost of living.
Okay, and you believe that to be correct too, Brad?
Yeah.
That's
All
what we
right.
did.
I'm going to make a motion as follows. Commissioner's pay grade will change from a 518 to a 517. Auditor pay grade will change from a 517 to a 516. Coroner will change from a 514 to a 516. Auditor, assessor, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, commissioners, auditor, assessor, clerk, recorder, surveyor, treasurer, if I have not said coroner, and council.
And Harrison Township Assessor will go from 515 to 516.
Well, I didn't include that because I thought there was something different about that position.
Oh, okay. I was just bringing it to your attention.
Okay. Am I incorrect in that statement, that there's something different about that position?
It goes up.
It's an elected official position.
He's right.
Okay.
But it was also, it's a township position.
It is a township.
But it's county
not
paid.
a county.
Not countywide,
Not a
correct.
countywide.
Correct.
So, right, so we'll,
I just wanted to make sure, because when you were labeling them, you didn't label that one either way, so.
yeah, so
That is correct.
I'm
You're
gonna start
correct.
fresh, just to make sure I'm clear on all this. All right, I make a motion as follows. Commissioners are gonna go from a 518 to a 517. Auditor is gonna go from a 517 to a 516. Coroner is gonna go from a 514 to a 516. Council will stay at a 514, the lowest grade available. Commissioners, auditor, assessor, clerk, recorder, surveyor, treasurer, and coroner, and council will all go to midpoint, plus 3%. However, council, being a part-time position, will only get 60% of that pay grade.
Said the council, right?
Council, county council. Does anybody need me to repeat any of that?
Did you say anything about Harrison that time?
I did not say anything about Harrison. Does anybody want me to repeat?
I'm good.
Okay. That is my motion.
Everybody got it? Got it, got it, got it. You good? Devin, you good?
We're leaving Harrison as it is.
No raise at all,
Well, 3% cost of living,
just 3% from 25.
but I assumed that was already implied. I apologize.
We're not.
Well, Chris is happy, in which case,
You just said Harrison just the 3%, but it's still a little bit.
Yeah, a midpoint and 3%.
Yeah,
Yes,
they're
I'm
at
sorry.
midpoint.
Midpoint, 3%. I apologize.
Didn't that happen earlier in the year?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You are correct. They did go to midpoint.
So it's just the 3%. Yeah. Thank you.
Started the midpoint 3% in the middle of the year.
Right. Oh, they got the 3%?
but they didn't get
They just
a,
got mid, no 3%.
yeah, they're not getting raised up then.
All right, if they did not get their
It's a township
3%,
position, it's not a county job.
Yeah.
Is it all paid? Yeah, I mean, even all the townships. But we don't have assessors in all of them anymore. Chris, did you have something to say? We got a motion on the floor.
Commissioner Schweitzer.
Okay.
I just need to make sure I understand it. I'm not gonna say nothing else because I still disagree, okay? But if I'm understanding this correctly, the commissioners are moving down a grade, and I currently make what I make now, but what I'm going to make next year is what I make now. If you go by the chart that you
It's
have in front of
going
you.
to be a little bit more, but not a lot more.
Okay, but all other elected officials are going up substantially, $6,000 or $7,000. The county commissioners are going up $2,500.
Auditor is not.
I know you're reducing his pay.
Right. No, he's not getting a reduced pay. He's similar to you guys.
You're moving him down a grade. He's a 517. I would think Kevin should move up to a 517. The other ones stay at 516s, and the commissioners stay at 518.
We're trying to treat all elected officials the same, with the exception of you guys, because of our conversation earlier.
I don't understand why we're getting punished. We are
How's
getting
that mean?
punished because we're a county commissioner. We're losing money. I mean, you're punishing Larry for what? He's the auditor. Kevin should move up to his pay. Everybody stays at 516 and we stay at 518. That's the correct way forward here. Not to reduce him a grade. We have never in county government.
He was actually more than happy to do that, per
Well,
his words.
I will say this, our auditor's department, we have 3 different responsibilities. We have tax, we have finance, and we have plat.
Am I wrong?
That's a lot of responsibility.
All right.
And pay. We pay everybody. And yes, the buck does
I have
stop
come
here.
to the conclusion that I am not going to make everybody in this room happy, so I vote for no raises for any elected officials. That's where I stand.
Way to go.
Huh? Including ourselves.
Okay.
Nick, you're right about not making anybody happy.
We got a motion on the floor
I'll make a motion to adjourn if you want.
to not give any raises to elected officials.
Motion to adjourn. Or yes, make that motion. Okay.
Dies for a lack of second.
All right. Motion to adjourn.
Well, we have to get something settled.
Please do not adjourn before
We're not
clarifying
adjourning.
what
He
these
doesn't have a
documents
second, so
are
what
going
you
to
need?
read in front of you on Wednesday. You guys
We're
have to
not
vote on
We're not
something.
adjourning.
Not adjourning.
Thank you.
Start over, Stephen, please.
Well, I don't know what,
I
don't.
didn't hear what you said. I was conferring to be sure that Harrison Township assessor had gotten a raise, and she did. Yes, plus 3%. I wanted to be sure.
Steve, if I may, it would be so simple if you would just take us all to midpoint plus 3%. Like everybody else.
Something first. Judy, when we went to the midpoint, which was the request I made back in June, are you saying the midpoint was moved up? So you're saying now we're 3% more than midpoint?
No, they were midpoint 3%. Right?
So that's the 3% that was applied to midpoint back in 2025. For 24, pay 25 is what I'm saying. So we didn't get midpoint plus an extra 3%. We got midpoint to what the current midpoint was at that time. I just want to make sure that's clear to this board. We did not get midpoint plus 3%. We got midpoint adjusted to the 3% that it was adjusted to on the scale.
This is what we were left with from payroll, and this is what we've been going on. Midpoint 3%.
That, because that 3% was applied for 24, pay 25, 3% to midpoint.
But that's what everybody else is getting now.
Right,
We
okay.
Make up with that, so there's really, we're not getting a 3% for 26.
I'm not trying to convolute it anymore. I guess the other issue which I addressed earlier was the fact that for the study to be correct, the midpoint needed to be adjusted with the cost of livings for the past 3 years. My assumption was in 2024, they did apply a 3% adjustment to midpoint because that was the only way the highway department was going to get a raise. So they did apply the 3% to midpoint in that year. They didn't do an adjustment for it the year before. And if you're doing the 3% now, you're not doing an adjustment to it now.
Right.
It's still sitting on a 2-year-old value. So I thought that since midpoint had went up 3%, when you're saying midpoint plus 3%, you're doing another cost of living to midpoint from the original study. I might have understood that wrong.
I'm saying that this is what we were left with. This is what we were left with, and this is what, I wasn't a part of any of this. This is what Morgan and Devin had worked on, taking everyone to midpoint 3%, which is what everybody else got.
It's what the highway department got in 24, pay 25.
This
that was your request that you put in. These numbers that your chief deputy went to for a Harrison assessor, for the chief deputy assessor for you, these are midpoint with a 3%. Those are those numbers.
Okay, my point is, when you do a cost of living each year, you don't always go back to the original
We
base.
understand that, but they were trying to get everyone to where everybody else is.
But it's not now a midpoint plus 3%. Your midpoint has been increased by 3%. So it's midpoint. It's not midpoint plus 3, it's
right,
midpoint.
midpoint.
That's your new midpoint.
That's right.
So then you all that got it
So
early
we got, yes.
would not get anything,
That's fine.
and then everybody would join you,
That's fine.
and then that's what we're trying to.
But then you don't say midpoint plus 3%. It's the midpoint. That's the new midpoint. On your sheet, it might say midpoint plus 3%, but you're looking at a 23 number. That was the midpoint in 23. It got adjusted one time for cost of living, which was 3% in 24, paid 25. It didn't get the first adjustment. If it's staying at that midpoint, it's not getting an adjustment now. So you missed 2 cost of livings, which is okay. I'm not complaining about that. I'm just saying it's not midpoint plus 3%. Your midpoint was increased by 3%. Just like your 25 percentile was increased by 3%, and just like the maximum has never been increased.
Right.
It's still at the numbers from back in 23. So if you were to move somebody to maximum today, you moved them to a number that was valid back in 2023.
And that's been happening, but it's not any fault of anybody.
I'm not blaming anyone. I'm not saying it's you guys' fault.
I'm just saying that, this is what we were left with, this is what.
But I want to make sure you as the council understand, when you're saying midpoint plus 3%, that's not what it is. It's midpoint.
It's midpoint, that's right.
Your new midpoint went up 3%. It's just a new midpoint. So if you're wanting to give midpoint plus a cost of living, then it's the new midpoint, which includes 3%, plus whatever the cost of living is.
So you don't say anything except midpoint plus 3%.
Correct. And they can use the terminology however they want. If they want to go by their sheet which says midpoint plus 3, that sheet shouldn't even reflect the plus 3. It should be a formula that the 3% is included in, because that's the new midpoint.
Right.
And if we wanted to actually be a valid midpoint, there should have been a total of 5% increase to it. You got 3, so it should be another 4.5% to get it to a midpoint where it is relevant in today's society. And I'm not saying you have to do that, yeah.
To be, it's not.
I mean, if my pay stays the same because I got to the midpoint in June, I'm not complaining. But if you're telling everyone what they're getting, I'm just wanting to make sure everybody understands what they're getting. The new midpoint is a 3% cost of living in place that was applied a year ago. That's midpoint. It's not midpoint plus 3. So people are going to be believing they're getting the midpoint plus another cost of living, and that's not what you're giving, unless that's what you vote to give. But that would need to be applied across the board, not just to elected officials. That would have to be all employees, if you're going to adjust it more than just what's on their sheet. That makes sense?
Brad, what was your intent?
Got it.
If you do midpoint as it stands on their sheet, you're giving them to midpoint, which is a nice raise, but you are not giving them a cost of living.
Right.
So just say
Midpoint.
midpoint.
Got it.
That's what I was trying to say.
Okey-doke.
Because if you're wanting to give a cost of living, it's that midpoint plus, for this year, it should be 2.8%.
I'm just trying to keep this meeting going.
All right.
Okay, let's start over.
What have we done on the employees? No, on the employees, just so we so that we're,
Know where we are.
so we know where we're at.
How you doing,
What did
Brady?
we vote in for the employees?
So the chart that we had originally got at the beginning of when we all started this, the proposed grades are on here. It has a minimum, it has a 24 minimum, a 25 percentile, a current base rate for 2025 with a 3%. There's another midpoint column. There's a 25 midpoint with a 3% column. The 25 midpoint 3% column is what we were working off of to get everybody on the same playing field. So if that is incorrect, I apologize, but that is what highway was being paid. The assessors, the clerks, we were trying to get everybody on the same.
They're all off of that column.
Correct. Everybody that's came before you this year, that is those numbers that they have been given, that's what they are currently being paid.
Do you concur, Brad?
We need a motion for that official.
I gave my motion. If people aren't happy with it, then
Well,
I'm
we
out of
don't-
options.
It doesn't matter, because you're making the motion. Restate it. Let's start from the top. Here we go.
It died for lack of second.
Well, I want to hear it again, because I'm the second.
All right, I make a motion for commissioners to go to a grade 517, auditor to go to a 516, coroner to go to a 516,
Council.
and council remains at a 514. And commissioners, auditor, assessor, clerk, recorder, surveyor, treasurer, coroner, if I didn't say it, and council all go to midpoint plus 3%. And there will be two exceptions to this. Council, being part-time, will get 60% of their pay. And to clarify, Harrison Township assessor will stay at their pay grade and go to midpoint plus 3%. I think I covered it all.
Auditor ladies, does that sound kosher to you?
To me, it's what you've been doing all year.
I second the motion.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Okay,
The ayes have it.
motion passes.
Kevin, your ayes have it. Your ayes have it.
All right, any other questions?
We must have, didn't we have one more thing we need to talk about?
Are there any other issues that we need to cover before the meeting?
The only other person that came today was the prosecutor and public defender, so if you guys are okay with what you guys agreed on earlier, then that's it.
Just the prosecutor.
Well, he sure does want a lot of prosecutors, doesn't he?
Got more public
So
defenders
we'll
than
add that
they do
to their
prosecutors.
salary ordinance and get that corrected before Wednesday.
Okay. Motion to adjourn?
Second.
No, I didn't
Oh,
make a.
make a motion to adjourn. Yes.
For your veteran service officer, currently you have 2 full-time positions, and then there's a part-time administrative assistant. Was the request to take the part-time admin assistant to a full-time admin assistant, or move her to a full-time VSO position?
Who is it?
Veterans assistants.
That's what we did. wasn't
No,
it?
she's saying there's an admin assistant, and the others are VSO officers.
Right.
From my understanding, you were taking that part-time and moving it to full-time.
Right.
But is it in the admin where they have the position, or is that person going to be a VSO officer? And the way they presented it, I thought a VSO officer, because they said they were gonna be able to serve more by having that person be able to do it. So Jordan just needs clarification if it's gonna be an admin or a VSO officer, that part-time position going to full-time.
But does a VSO officer have to be prior military?
Yes.
And the admin now is not.
I don't believe that the current admin would meet the criteria.
So what do we do? What do they want?
That's why I'm asking you. I don't know. I wasn't here.
Well, I thought we made, isn't that one his wife?
No.
No.
No? Then let me find this. For the gal that works there now,
Charlotte, I,
the part-timer. I thought we were just moving her to full-time.
but I thought she was the BSO officer, and the board's saying she the admin.
She's admin, and if you moved her to a BSO, you have to have prior military experience.
And she does not.
I can't confirm that, but I don't believe she does.
Can we call her and ask
She's
her?
part-time.
Call them and ask her.
So she wouldn't take her insurance yet.
Well, I don't know. Just saw that too.
Well, we'll need to figure that out then. No. He's gonna look back at this.
Yeah, all I wrote down was part-time to full-time. That's all I had written down in my
Well, I
notes.
did too, but I don't think we knew that she was an admin person.
Can't they run down the hall and ask her?
Adding the administrator full-time?
Adding a service officer, one. So are there 4 positions in that office?
There were 2.
What do you have?
And then they
Well, then how,
another
why do we
person.
have adding 1 and 1?
What's that say,
Just-
Brady?
In my notes, I have veterans assistants requesting to add an administrator to full-time, adding a service officer, explain the amount of veterans each current officer is servicing. It says the amount of veterans would increase. Brad Anderson asked how much this would cost. Vicky said $37,500 a year plus benefits. Brad Anderson said anyone who takes this position has to be a veteran. Steve Ellis says, how does revenue come in? And VA pays out money to disabled veterans.
We said it had to be a veteran.
VA getting a lot of younger generation with kids.
Huh.
Yeah.
Those are my notes for that
But
particular.
they said it had to be a veteran.
Yeah,
Because he asked for part-time
The
to
service
full,
officer.
and then 1 new position.
yeah.
Yes, and you said no to the other position, but you were moving that part-time position to full-time.
And saying it had to be a veteran.
So they did not get a new BSO,
No,
but
they
she
did
should be
not.
an admin, so that just needs to be a title change. We'll correct it on our end.
Okay, thank you.
Motion, you want a motion?
Yep.
Motion.
Not to recess, but to adjourn. I make a motion to adjourn. Right?
Now let's recess.
Oh, we are recessing?
Never know for the next meeting, so,
Oh, then you don't need a motion, do you? You just recess.
yep. We're gonna recess till further notice. Oh,
Kevin,
still
can
early.
you just come look at this and just maybe point us in the right direction if we're not already,
Don't give up yet.
maybe not there?
I don't know.